Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Curious thing. So we had the issues with connection to YouTube again when I started streaming. Started the connection about 10 minutes ago. And an hour ago it was fine. Absolutely fine. The only difference between an hour ago and 10 minutes ago is I restarted my computer, which makes no sense whatsoever as to why that would cause a connection problem to YouTube. But thinking about it, that's a consistent thing with every single time that I've had an issue with the connection to YouTube. I've restarted my PC for some reason, typically because I'm having the weird jittery graphics issues where the graphics card just seems to decide, or something just seems to decide, I don't have any power anymore, I can't do anything, and everything just stutters. Because restarting my computer fixes that, and I had seen that a couple of times before I started streaming, so I had restarted it. So it's an idea that might be the problem. I don't know why it would be a problem, but it might be. Anyway, we had a couple of things that we could have done today. I was considering doing a stream for Expedition 33 because I started playing that and it has decent multi-monitor support. However, I got to Act 2 and thinking about it, I can't really play that game on stream from the position that I'm on without spoiling a potentially major thing that happens at the end of Act 1. So that wasn't really viable. So we're going to continue on this. Changes between now and last episode, there is a whole bunch of concrete being placed down all over the place. That's about it. I don't think we've done any other specific tweaking around. I may have allocated more areas to dig. I think I've sent a few diggers over here. The only thing that I've been doing is the last hour I've been staring at this section here and figuring out where things are going to go. So these have been tweaked slightly. We're going to make the office supplies here. We're not going to worry about connecting this. Oh, I was just figuring out whether I wanted them on this side or not. So these are all going to go over here. We are going to have all of these. I'm actually going to put these here. We're going to have these be 2 spaces away from the edge of the road. The intent will be that no... the intent will be that no belt is allowed to come running along downside the road, but I may allow them to cross over. We're going to need to get some resources from either side for this. The plan is going to be that, or at least for these, so we may as well get this started. These are actually 5 wide, so they make good for lining up. I'm going to have them like this. In fact, let me put that 5th one in there again so that I can more easily position this. This will allow us to expand out this way if we need to. These are all going to be assembler 3s, so we can also upgrade them. So let's get the recipes assigned. We're using the steel recipe. Copy, paste, paste, paste. No imports allowed. These all half down nicely to each other. And if we end up needing, or when we end up needing a higher supply, we can upgrade these to robotics. And to which end we need to... We'll do the easy bit of the routing of this first. This is going to generate 20, so... And it disappears because reasons. It's tier 2 out. At least in this patch, this is the highest tier construction thing we can make, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's think. 312. Well, 3, 6, 12. Yeah, we don't need anything more than tier 1s for all of this. Yeah, let's do that way. Can I pre-upgrade all these belts now? No, we'll upgrade them when we need them. We'll scale them so that this can be all run with robotics. So 24. And then we need the higher tier 1 out of here. Now, why am I giving myself doing it that way? I don't need that much space. In fact, I don't even need that much space. Let's just do it this way instead. We connect to there. Do that. So why this has any other outputs on it. It shouldn't have actually even deleted those. It should have seen or recognized that what am I thinking? These connectors needed to be here because they were still connected to an output. They really need to fix those because getting them to do things is becoming a little bit more of a pain than it should be. So 12. Yeah, 12 across the board, so we should be fine to that needs to be here too. We delete that, it's going to remove them. There we go. Alright, let's see. Actually, no, only this lot has 3 inputs. All the rest of them are just 2. So only this one needs the 3 of them. These ones only need the 2. We need to worry about input belt speeds. Yeah, let's do this way. So 48. We need that to there, that to there. Okay, when these are upgraded, they're 24. 24, so this one is fine. This one needs to be blue. I think at any point, and there goes our connectors. These will need blue inputs. 12. Yeah, on the next tier, all of that one's fine to just be blues across the board. Oops. That is not in the right place. Six, 12. So that one's fine. That's going to be 24, so... Stop deleting them! Okay. Right, I'm happy with the basics of all of that. Let's turn all of this on so that we can start getting the construction parts out of the shipyard. And we need to get a few other things over to here. This one's just raw resources. 2 of them come from north. This one needs steel as well. So we need something for wood and electronics. We are gonna long-term store this stuff. We may as well have these 3 together. We need the wood one. Wood has a couple of places it can go. Where I'm going to put those yet. Why are you driving straight the way across? You've got a perfectly good road here. Some of them are coming this way. I've had to start walling things off to stop them from... I mean, this one here is really annoying. Why are you doing that? I have to wall them off to stop them from doing silly things like this. Stay on the goddamn road. It's better for your maintenance. It's like, why are you doing that? How has your navigation protocol in any way, shape or form figured out that that's a better thing or a better route for you? Stay on the path. It's maintenance. It reduces your maintenance costs. Oh, yeah, I know why we had that there. Oh, this is new, I believe. I don't think we had this last time, or the end of last stream. This is just a stockpile for any extra corn, so it doesn't end up in the digesters. Interesting. Oh, damn it, the chicken did make it this far. Wait, the chicken shouldn't still be on this belt. I fixed that. I half fixed that. Bollocks! These ones are wrong. That's... yeah, there's now chicken and eggs mixed up all over the belt. That one's fine because they're all controlled by the output. It's basically anything that could have eggs on it now potentially has chicken on it as well. Chicken at the very least can go here. Egg, we're going to need to... I don't know if trucks can get close enough to deliver to that. Probably not. Okay. Let's empty out that bit of the belt. Does this go all the way in? It does. It's got chicken on it, but it doesn't look like the chicken's made it all the way. So that looks safe. That one's fine. That one's been told to move. Remove things from there. That's the overflow. And that one there is going into storage. And then I want to just remove the chicken, but I can't. We have to remove the lot of it. Comes along to here. Empty, 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 empty. Empty out the container that. Empty out that. Empty out that. Empty out the contents of that. Empty out the contents of that. Oh, I think that's just deleting it. Oh no, that's just quick removing it. It's quick remove from there as well. We can't quick remove from these though. Oh, time to empty that belt. Right. That goes up and into there. That goes up and into there. We need that emptying. We need that emptying. We need that emptying. We need that emptying, and we need that emptying. Now, they very least have somewhere to store this chicken. It's the eggs that are probably not going to be able to find their way back into the system. But we can fix that by just turning that on. Yeah, didn't think you can get that. Let's make sure all of these are off for exports. What we don't want the vehicles doing is trying to grab from these. Or these. You're allowed to import, you're not allowed to export. Although that said, vehicles can't get to these anyway, so... Okay, that'll allow us to sort things out once they've picked everything up. There's probably still going to be a little bit of stuff on belts that shouldn't be there. Just because of the fact I can't empty the contents out of this. So I'll have to come back and sort that out in a bit. Not making enough ammonia. We can upgrade one of these. And we should still have sufficient nitrogen. Okay, come back to that later. Why did we come, or what was we coming over here to check? Well, it's coming over here to check on something else. I am damned if I can remember. It may have actually been the health, the medicine that I was coming over here to look at, check on. Okay. So that's going to need, let's move the wood out of the way. We're going to need rubber. And plastic. As imports. I don't necessarily think that we're going to make these here. That's because I don't think we're going to have the space. That's not actually going to have an import, so... that can go there. Now, where to put the wood? The wood is used in 3 things. It's used in construction material 1, it's used in household goods, and it's used in paper production. Wood, circuits, or wood, electronics, and electronics too. So we only need 3 things over here. We could take these underneath a road or a bridge. Route the route the wood up and around here, and then down and under. This goes straight under. This can go up and around and under. We only need a height of 2 in order for these vehicles to be able to get underneath these. Or get to these. So yeah, that seems reasonable then. Small bridge. We'll drop it here in line with that. We've got nothing else going that way, so... Yeah, their inputs. Yeah, this may not even go here. Yeah, if their inputs as well. Let's just make this straight. Okay, I'm happy with that. There shouldn't be anything else that needs to come around this way and into here. We may be bringing this out this way and down here to bring it into here, but I haven't decided on like where I'm going to be putting the actual vehicle stuff yet. We do need to get circuits down here anyway to get them under there as well. Okay. Well, the wood. Actually, no, let's take these straight the way through. Steel and concrete's coming from the other side, so yeah, let's just take the wood into the topmost one. And what about numbers wise? We will need to upgrade that eventually, but for now it's fine. Okay, these ones conveniently go straight into here, so quite literally just straight into there. Circuits. I mean, I could just add another bridge down here. The bridges don't slow them down any. I don't think I can run a belt. Never mind. Yeah, no, we can't run a belt down there. There's not a gap. So we do need to bring a separate line for circuits to get down to that. There's no reason not to have another little small bridge. It doesn't slow the vehicles down any. Gives us options to do other things. Okay. So this one here is going to have to be our steel line. Let's make a slight modification to this. We'll bring this up to 2 here. So that we can bring the steel underneath it. Ah, the steel's still going to hit that. So the steel's going to need to go up again. That's fine. As long as we have a route. Right, now how are we going to handle this bit? We need to get steel and concrete. They're the only two things we need to bring over to here. I'm of a mind of making sure that all of these belts cross this road at a height of 5. Always leave a gap of 5 there. And let's see, it's 12. Option speed is 24. So we need 2 to keep up with that. It's 3. No, wrong one. That one. Can make 6. So we need at least 2. They're not using anything else, no. And the input for this is 12. So that's enough for what we have. I'm also going to need some over there. Some for lab equipment. Let's figure out our ratios for lab equipment. I think the ratio is that because we're looking ahead. And these are 48 apiece. 3 of those at 48 would require 3 of these. And then they would go into... We technically need 3 for 2, and then 1.5. So working on the assumption these were the better version. And then another one of the 5s, and then a 4. And then that's enough for maxing out 3. Not that we're going to build them, but we need to plan for the space to have them. And then I think the inputs of these are 1-to-1s. That's 1-to-1. That's 1-to-1. So for the absolute max planned research, that would be enough. They need 8 each, so they need an extra one of these. Two each, 3, 6. They need one of these, which means that gives us 6 spare. Block may not be spaced apart that amount. We may end up spacing them apart a bit more. Actually, no, these don't need to because they're all feeding into each other. These ones are spaced apart like this just because they're designed to line up with these. Yeah, I'm going to tweak this. I want to have these butt up against that rather than the other way around. I'm also going to want figure out what all we want, and then we can go from there. I want to have 2 of those this time around. It's going to be going into a single container for storage, so it's not that big of a deal. And I want an array of 2. Or where are you? Why aren't you in alphabetical order? Oh wait. They are... Oh, that's not quite the distribution I thought that was. 16, 8, 8. So we actually only need 1 of these to 2 of these. Produces 16. That feeds both of these. These are all assembler 3s. Each of these spits out 4, but we need 8 for those. So what we actually need is that. Unless we specifically make the middle ones a tier above. Because these I don't mind being like trickle fed. Or even maybe we just keep it like this. Vehicle part 2s will get buffered once vehicle part 3s are done with. And if we build something with 3s, then we'll start losing our supplies of 2s, but so long as we have big stockpiles and we're planning on using a big stockpile, it should balance out. And if it doesn't, we can upgrade it to a 2. So yeah, okay, that'll do. That'll be fine. 2 of these. That leaves us with 2 spare. Eight. Probably need another one of these. Yeah, because one of those uses all of those. So yeah, we do need an extra one. That's fine. That gives us a little bit of extra surplus for vehicles anyway. So aside from the specific inputs, then all of that is balanced. Okay. $16, $24. That should balance. Wait, how did you end up empty? Oh, right, because we're probably not getting enough to even run this constantly at the minute. Well, apparently we are, though. Some inputs. That's now put into here. Yeah, it is. It's trying to keep things balanced is what it's doing. Okay, let's bring over some containers, because the containers inform us. We did already figure this out. They're going into containers, I don't know. I think these may go down here, but I've also considering putting paper production down there. Rails. Go with you. That's for paper production. We'll drop it there for now. And then we have these things. How are my stacks doing? Do I need to move them back yet? Nah, they've got a while to grow. How are you going for your digging projects? Get in there. Got enough space here. I wanted to copy that bit. Say including that bit. We did want to keep the gap underneath it. That was deliberate. Could we get another one of these in before we reach that? No, I don't think. Whichever way we do this, we're going to get a third one of these in. Yeah, maybe. That's as big a gap as we need. If I just plonk that down for reference. And then the next one would go there. Okay, we can get enough room to do this. Or to have 3 of them here. Before we dig too deeply into the actual... I suppose we're going to have to dig down. If we're going to have to dig down, then yeah, we can't get any more than 2 in here. At least not while keeping a... that is deep. It is pure and it is deep. That's going to require some consideration into proper mining. But yeah, there's no way we're going to get 3 within this space, but that's fine. We actually didn't grab the water towers either. And they're kind of required. Let's get this little bit of extra space here. And in all likelihood, we're going to have to redesign this all again when we get to fast breeder reactors. Because at that point, we entirely change how we're managing our fuel. We convert the uranium into blank fuel, or blanket fuel. We run the blanket fuel, I'm assuming, I haven't actually seen it, through a fast breeder reactor to make enriched blanket fuel. We convert that into core fuel, I think directly. You can convert it into multiple other things. And then you feed the core fuel into a reactor. This little setup becomes longer because you then have a superheated section added on the end of it. Which powers an additional one of these for the entire line. You end up with the same amount of steam out, but you're getting 50% extra power. I think. Something like. Not an immediate problem. Oh, I cut them, did I? I didn't. Good. And then we're going to need space over here for these things. So we've got plenty of room to do all of this. It's just a matter of figuring out where we actually want to put things. Without causing too much in terms of blocking things up. We probably want to have the research lower down anyway, because the research needs to go under this bridge to get over to here. That's the recycling loop. This one thing will feed all of these. And when they're upgraded, we just need to make this a robotics one, and it will do the same job just as well. To here, to here, to that. And then recyclables come out and up. How much will these make? 8. Yeah, okay, 1. This is fine for these ones. Okay, I'm going to tweak that just because it will make things look slightly neater. 1, 2, 3, 4, down to there. It's out to here, to there. That there. Now we place connectors. The fact I have to do this in a specific order bothers me, but never mind. I think that's that bit. Where to put things? We are actually going to have enough space down here to probably do this. At least the initial stage of this. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. The actual making of the microchips is the thing that's the real pain. I thought part of this actually ended up being cheaper when you was using the better machine. Guess I misread that. No, it just triple the inputs, triple the outputs. I don't know how big those buildings are though. We do have extra space in other places that we can do stuff with. Maybe we make microchips over here. Acid isn't going to be a problem because we already have a pipeline that we're not using. We're not using this pipeline here, so we can just connect this up on this side to the acid supply and reverse this. So we can get acid over to here without needing a train. Because we prepped an extra pipe. I wish I could see how big the buildings were without having access to them. They're just going to be the same size. That's just a better version of it. Oh no, I am right. The first two steps are cheaper on gold. Unless they did their math wrong. Yeah. 222. But for the better one, it's 3366. This lot wants to be down here somewhere, as does this. So that's fine because we do need these for both. Having these down here would have been nice just because it puts them nearer to the whatchamathinkies. What am I thinking of? Words. The actual settlement area. Put these out of the way up here for the time being. I take this entire line. We can fit that in there. It's getting a little bit close to the vehicle production facility. The name of which I don't remember the specifics of. I don't necessarily need to keep them all vertically. I could rotate them. There's nothing stopping me from rotating them. So I could do it this way round. And then have paper production here. Unnecessary, and we wasn't planning on it. But that is an option. And if we're fairly sure we're not going to expand that any further, then there's also nothing stopping us having this bit here. Let's move them out to be the same distance apart. Two on one side, one on the other. This is overkill, but we can always fix that by making sure this is configured like that. We don't need to keep much in it. Same with this. In fact, there's no need to be holding stuff in here. So we only want 500 of it. Same with that. We've no reason to export that elsewhere because we are going to manually pipe everything into here now. So yeah, we don't need storages of those. We will keep a larger buffer of these two. Vehicles are allowed to import to here. I have no reason to allow them to export from here. Same goes with these. Maintenance is all handled up here and it takes priority over everything else. So I don't need to worry about being able to take this to emergency supply maintenance. We will buffer a few more of these though, because they're used on research as well. Okay. This one we do need to keep a buffer of. And vehicles do need to be able to export them. Vehicles don't need to export from there. And this is just an import. That's used in construction, which is why we're holding a small amount of it. So they need to be able to import and export from it. Electronics, I think there's one other than vehicles. There might be something that uses electronics for product or buildings. So we will keep our supply in there. We don't need to be exporting from here. Just drag everything in. There's no need to keep a buffer. Because they can grab the rubber from the actual production facility rather than from here. These should all be configured like that, which is what we want, because that's all construction materials. That's a lot less of this space used than I was expecting there to be. And we can expand this. We'll give this enough room to have, say, another... Well, we can upgrade them to robotics. Is it really necessary? To give them the ability to make 2 lots of them. Yeah, we'll give it the room. There's no reason not to give it the room if we have the room. Hello, Incense. This is a factory building game that has Anno-like mechanics in it as well. 1, 2, 3, and then these one will go here. Is that far enough over? Not far enough over. We want to go there. Actually, no, these ones can't go over to this side. There. Okay, gives us some space for that lot to be expanded if needed. Paper. We need to deal with the paper. Easiest place to grab the chemical plants is from here. If I need a 1 or a 2 at the minute. It's 12. Six. It's going to need to be a 12 to feed all of that. That's 4, so that's another 12. So yeah, 1 tier 2 of this should supply everything that we are building sufficient space for. If you like Factorio Satisfactory in that kind of game, then you will probably like this. It's a slightly different flavour of them, but it is in principle still the same sort of thing. We should stockpile paper. It's an intermediate product. We're stockpiling all of the intermediate products at this point, so yeah, we'll stockpile the paper. Welcome. Well, yeah, if you've watched anything that is like Factorio Satisfactory, then I imagine you will get recommended this. Because again, it's a similar kind of game, similar kind of gameplay. Dyson Sphere program, all those sorts of things. Let's do it this way. We'll have that there. 3, 4, 5, and we'll have that there. And then if we need a second one for whatever reason, we can expand that out that way. Wood chipper. We do need to shred some wood as well to get some paper. I think we just need the one of them. Yeah, one shredder will supply both of these. Not that we need both of them, but it will do. That's recycling shredder. And our steam's down here. Does that make sense? We are going to need to bring the wood all the way down, but I do think, yeah, we've got to move the wood all over the place anyway because we need it for them. Household goods. Not as far as I'm aware, this one. punt the entire setup over by 1, so that I can bring the paper down the right-hand side and loop it round without it getting in the way. I think that's right. Yep, doubled at that. Yeah, I don't believe it has multiplayer, since it's played in more of a strategic view rather than a character view. That is not good. Why are you full of trash? You're running, you're not running. It may just be that we've actually reached that point where they're generating that much trash. This doesn't give me a trash per second output number for it. Okay, we've been getting lucky in that we have previously been processing enough. Okay, both those belts need upgrading. We need that online, we need that online now, we need all of that upgraded now. It's gonna take a little bit of... I think it's just because there's so much storage in the settlements. It's why I never noticed that it was piling up, because I don't think it would have warned me unless the actual settlement was full. 72. Yeah, one blue belt can feed all of those constantly. The output belt is not fast enough though. You people should recycle more. You're not generating anywhere near enough recyclables. It's not how that works. It generates recyclables from the input of household appliances, household goods, and all that lot. They just generate waste as a matter of course. Numbers going down. That's the only thing that matters. Does that mean we're not burning it fast enough either? So the reasonably high priority, they should be sending it down here. It is mostly full. Where's our incinerator? Oh! That could be the whole reason that this all fell apart. Where's our steam output? Here it is. I may need to tweak my priority system a bit more. Because we don't mind if all of this blocks up. What we don't want is all of that blocking up. Okay, that's a simple enough fix. This actually doesn't have a secondary input. So if we remove the priority from that one and then disconnect this and connect that one into the top one, then that'll use the steam generated from the waste production as a priority. And if it needs any more, it'll take from these boilers here. And if it needs more still, it'll take from these boilers here. Although maybe the problem at the minute is just that we are not consuming any, which is strange because we should be consuming the hydrogen. That's enough for... Yeah, we may need to boost that building if it winds up that it can't keep up. It's getting very close to not being able to keep up. We could rejigger this so that we can fit 2 of them here. These vehicles don't need to be crossing underneath this. They have a perfectly valid path there. We need to move that pipe. If we pull this back to here, can we get 2 of them side by side without blocking off anything? We can. Okay. I think I'll let it run this cycle and then we will double this up. Okay. Move the building. Let's remove this up to here. Move the water pipe. And the hydrogen pipe. I do need to get rid of that as well, my exhaust pipe. We'll disconnect this from here, because we are going to need to reroute it around. We have the things we need, so let's just do that. And we missed a bit. Okay. Yeah, there's no way we get 3 in here, so 2 will do. pause while we get this sorted. Okay. Tier 1 pipe is enough for that, and for water. That's our hydrogen pipe. I must have pulled it off from there. Water, yeah, that's hydrogen. Let's grab it from here instead. Unless we can... no, we're not going to be able to cleanly do that. Could bring it from here. It'll be a little bit of a mess, but I think that's probably the way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 3, because we need to get it under that water pipe. That'll do. And then you figure out that bit. I wonder if I can trick this into doing... Possibly not, but I wonder. Go from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can trick it into doing it, it just looks a mess. I think I'll connect it into this bit here just so that it's not in the way of that truck. So we'll bring it to here. And we'll take the water out from here. Okay. Water, hydrogen. Waste inputs. There's our exhaust, there's our steam. Wait, is that exhaust as well? What do you contain, pipe? You do contain exhaust. Okay, we can work with that. Connect that. I'll just tell you to connect that straight into there. While you figure it out. Yes. Goes into there. This needs to be bigger. And then I think at this point, that probably needs to be bigger, and that probably needs to be bigger, but we also don't need that anymore. Okay. Yep, that should do. Take that, connect you into there. That means Steam is going to have to go through up to 2 to get underneath this. And this exhaust pipe here, bring that up to 3. Can you figure that out? Not quite. Go back to there. Quickly get rid of both of those. Okay. Take from here to here to here, up to 3. Over to here. Oh, a bit further. There we go. Now we bring Steam. Actually, no, that wants to be 5. I forgot. We need to be able to actually clear this at a height of 5. That's why this is set up this way. It has the vertical room to play with. So we take you up to 5. Across, down and in. That is the wrong tier of pipe. Try again. Better. I put it too close to the road. We do have to do it this way. Excellent. That's what I wanted you to do. Okay, because we do need this up and running now. Everything plugged in correctly? We'll find out in a second. 52, 60, 60, 120. This pipe isn't big enough. Well, this one needs to be bigger. Which means that one also needs to be bigger. Okay, they're getting steam, they're getting water, they're getting trash. We have a mining control tower with no designations. Okay. The exhaust and the steam are going out of that one. That looks good. Generating a little bit of extra power with all of this in theory if we were actually to send it over to here. I may need to turn this one on permanently. Now, how have you managed to fill? Did I get a pipe pointing the wrong direction? Oh no, it's because I told that pipe to upgrade and then didn't tell it to quick upgrade. Oh no, that's somehow got steam in it. Did I? Probably the wrong way round. Exhaust. Exhaust. Ah, bollocks. That is wrong. That's supposed to connect into that one. Okay, nice and full. Get rid of that steam. There we go. Right. Sand. Okay, how do we want to handle this next bit? We kind of need that ramp dug out, but we need it dug out in such a way that it's not going to cause the traffic flow to stop. How to go about this? I think what we do... How much sand is in that bit? Not quite enough for all of this, but if we do that... and that... and then connect that up. Actually, no, we shouldn't get this bit if we can avoid it, because that might disturb that. And then we modify this. I think we've reached the maximum number of points that we can have on this. How clever are you? That way, no. Being an idiot. This works perfectly fine. Actually, no, it doesn't, because that means this bit here. And I want to get this bit here, but not that bit there. So we can dig this bit out first so that the trucks and vehicles have a route to get through this while we're then digging out that bit there. That ought to do it. Okay. Still struggling to get your exhaust out? Is another part of this full of steam? Or is it just that you're not getting the... well, waiting for the pipes to empty? I know there was steam in this thing. Might mean there was steam in that thing. There we go. Was there another one that I missed? Oh, I suppose these ones. That looks like it's doing the job, though. Is 240 enough? If we work on the assumption that everything connected to this is running, the pipes will buffer. They're 24, 48, 72. 120. 192. One of these is not going to be enough. We may as well import a little bit of limestone. I'll have to be manually driven down here. Doesn't need much. Keep that in there. That is now also going to need the output for slag. The output pipe should be more than enough to handle what we have. And these are blocking up with steam. So I do need to tweak this slightly. And we also balance it off on that one. Keep it running constantly. Now power and surplus consumers. Enable can be used by consumers at a surplus power only. If this is going to be on constantly, we may as well have this be as a higher priority as possible again, so that we're always consuming this. That is going to need to generate a little bit of extra steam from here just to keep this running. Steam priority output is still to the distillation plant, the refinery. If you have any steam, prioritize outputs to that one. Yeah, the pair of these running constantly is not technically enough to run one of these. Even together there'll be 36, so there's a little bit of extra steam needed to keep that going. But that will hopefully, yeah, allow us to get through all of that. Right. We haven't even started to connect up all of this stuff. Got supremely distracted by other problems. But we have got allocation for most of this thing, or most of this lot in here now. What else would I potentially want to put in this factory area? We do these. And at the minute I think we need 3 of each. Do you tell me the demand, even if, yeah. 26, 39. So we don't need as many appliances, but we definitely need a lot of household goods. And household goods have another use as well anyway. Let's get these. I don't think these are going to stay here. You are upside down, as are technically all of these. No. They're the right way round if they were placed there. Yep. Nope. None of them built. Blueprint mode again, please. Okay. 16 apiece. 32. So 3 will keep up. 4 gives us spare. And then that will also allow us to route some down to here. I think... Yep, that's all that's needed for. And then we can upgrade them to robotic as we need more of them. Make 12 apiece. So as it stands, we need 3 of them, or 3 lots of them, because we need 26. These require 4 each, and 8 of those. Which means we need at least 1 more of these. If we're making 1 more, we may as well bring it out to here. I need an additional 1 of these. So those 3 supply all of those, giving us 4 spare. That one supplies 3 of those. That one supplies 1 of those and has spare. That's also taken from the spare. That requires 1 of them. I have 1 more than I need at the minute. 12 each, 24, so yeah. Those 3 supplies those 4. 24 to these, that's 8, that's 1 of them. Oh, I forgot about these ones. These are 12 each. 2 of these, that takes up those 2. That's so much bloody copper. You would assume that iron is the thing you're going to need the most of. It's not, it's copper. You then also need it for here. I wish there was a more efficient recipe. Rather than just a faster one. Okay, so those 3 for these 2 for those, that one for research, this one supplies 3 of those, that one supplies that, and then this. That's sufficient. And it should also be enough sufficient circuit boards as well. Supplying it with enough copper, however. 24, there's 8 of them. Okay, 1 blue belt will supply all of that, but we are going to need some for here. Is there anything else that needs raw copper? No. Did I make those blue belts? They are blue belts. I think we're going to need a tier 3 belt then. coming all the way across. Okay, that deals with those. I'm curious. Let me build this. We can always... Oh, we don't actually need to build it. It tells us we need 14. We don't have any gold at the minute. Ignored my right click to cancel the deconstruction mode. Okay, so we are going to need 3 of these as well. Three of those to supply current demand. Extra 1. Oh no, we only need 2 of them. Currently. Didn't we fix that? Or is there still a small amount of meat on these? Oops, that's not what we meant to do. What we meant to do is that. There we go. And just because they're probably going to need it for a little while, I'll get rid of all the extra. I thought I had already upgraded that belt. Apparently not. That is the main overflow, isn't it? Ah, no, that's just the overflow for the eggs. We didn't actually need to upgrade that one. I wanted to upgrade this one. May as well do that one as well then. Just get them all done. Okay, they're not blocked anymore. And there's surprisingly nothing in here. That's good to see. No spare food over there. Still got plenty of space here, which is good. We do like that. We're happy with the number of things. I don't know whether or not we're going to put microchip processors here. Space station parts I'm planning to build elsewhere. Probably will make consumer electronics here as well. That's made elsewhere. I'm planning to have all my space program stuff in its own location. Not necessarily far from this particular part of the factory, but not in this space here. Kind of thinking space stuff up here. We need to take a extra root, connector out of here and take them around the back side. Just get it over there. It has caused some issues with our food. Storage at least. That means that there's still a chicken on here. Ah, yeah, because we can't empty out this one. Yeah, that should fix it permanently now. Just waiting on the digesters to catch up. So the only question I have is where to put these. I think everything else is here and ready and good. Happy with all of this. Happy with these. We can, or we're going to eventually be able to quadruple the production of all of this because these are 73s and we go up to 5. So we can 4x all of this if we need to at some point in the future. It wants to be on the other side. Put it down there, puts it out of the way, but it doesn't need to be out the way, really. We put that there, we prevent ourselves from building any more of these. Now I am going to have these on the right-hand side. Or left-hand side. It does mean trucks will have to move them or take them from further away. Or take the stuff further, rather. I think it can go there. You know what, everything else is lined up from that right-hand side. We may as well line these up from the right-hand side as well. Okay, I have no issue with that being right up against the wall. Okay. That'll do. Okay, so let's remove the allocation from these. This one here will end up being consumer electronics, I imagine. And then we've got 4 spares. You know, that looks a little weird. Let's have it a little bit further off the ways. That'll do. Okay, there's no need for the belt to hold any in here, but we do want to have some spare space. This one does want to have some held. This one doesn't need any held. Neither does this. Yep, that's fine. Okay, I think now comes the laborious task of connecting a lot of this up. I'm not building those, they were just there in case we wanted to expand it. Right, let's do this slot first. $16.32. We are going to need a blue belt out at the far end of this. These ones don't. They're 12. Yep, so it's 24. I think these are... yeah, they're 8, so they're fine. still gives us a means to get out from here, and the later ones we can use for going up and over. It's easy to do this bit first. Loose. We don't have the room for that, so that will just have to go like this then. And then this will need to come up. Okay. Let's route the steam around. It should be height of 3 here. Gives us a little bit of room here to pull these out by one, if we ever want to. We shouldn't need to do this. All of this is overkill. We have more of these than we need. We have more of these than we're ever going to or need for the time being. Well, there's enough here to power all of these at their maximum tier. Okay. So this I still needs wood, and we still need to route out from here. Let's do this bit, because again, this bit's relatively easy to do. Bring it up to here and around and in. This build explicitly is definitely not enough. We hadn't been thinking about that for the rest of them. I will need to double check that. Let's see, 24, so we need a blue belt after that one. And then unless we add another one, the blue belt should be enough. Uh, 12 apiece, that's fine. 6 apiece, that's fine. 24, that's not. Use the bloody roads! They use less maintenance if they use the roads. They keep trying to find sneaky paths through while I'm building stuff. And GPS set to shortest route, not most efficient. Wait. Oh. I must have misread that. We don't need that. These ones are just directly in. Yeah, 24 the minute is fine. Although, keep everything in line. This actually wants to be a little bit further back, doesn't it? If we go from here, 1, 2. And then here is where we need to pull things out from. Given that this needs 3 inputs. So that'll do that. Seven. That's why it's not recollecting as fast as I was expecting it to. I'm probably going to start running out of sausages. Everything else appears to be running fine now, though. Let's turn the digesters back to normal speed. He's okay. It's waiting for products. It's waiting for products. They're doing the job. What is current production rate for? That's pressed recyclables, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay, we're making 46. If we're making 46, then... Sorry, 36. We only need one of these running at the minute. And if we only have one of them running at the minute, then this can be set back to auto balance. So we're not burning fuel unnecessarily. Yep, that's an import. Right, yes, we need to check that. Can import and export from here. These all want to be import and export. Good. Don't need to export from there. Do need to import from here. Although not much, we're just using a big one because we could. Can't route these into here yet. We can do this bit. Okay. Let's connect the hydrogen up to our vehicle production facility. Now to route things to here. We're going to have something routing from over here all the way over. Paper's coming from there. That's there, and then we have research. We're not worried about blocking these off from vehicles. We only have enough room here to have 2 belts. To sneak through this. So we can bring 2 through here and then... through there. Can I arrange this better in any way? Without using a lift? We only need 4 through there, to be fair. And as it stands, we don't need anything extra through there, so why worry? Why worry about blocking off 2 of the paths through in the event that some point in the future we may in fact need to get another thing through? Research can come along with this. Actually, yeah, research is going to have to come over the top of all of this by at least a couple. We need steel, we need electronics, and we need rubber. Steel, electronics, rubber. I'm surprised we don't need mechanical parts. Rubber, electronics, steel. Yeah, there's nothing stopping us bringing all of this along this way. Can't take a belt around the front of it. Was the other thing we needed? Right, yeah. Where have we been putting these stanchions? Yeah, 2 in from the edge. So there. Bollocks. Needs to come forward a little bit more if I want to be able to do it that way. No, that doesn't work because it needs the stanchion there, and that would break the stanchion. I mean, that one can go there just fine. Okay, that gets us the other materials that we need for all of this. Once we actually plug them in. We do still need to bring... Probably shouldn't have put them on that left-hand side. Because we need to bring office supplies over. Not office supplies, household goods. And that's going to be routed all the way around from over here. So let's make minor tweaks. Probably do want to bring this up to height of 4. We can take another belt out that way to get into the research there. This one actually, I think, only need one input for that one. Yeah, it's just electronics 3. And then we can reroute that from this side when we need to upgrade it. Okay. We need wood over here, we need wood over there. Why do I think there's a third thing? Right, because we need to take the wood to the chipper. Well, the wood going to the wood chipper, I can probably take around... or straight away through the middle. Okay, anything going right way or the right way around? Ah yes, that's been done that way because of that, that's fine. Yeah, anything going clockwise will go on the upper or nearest the road. Now this needs to come all the way over to here. And I don't want it to block anything else off. So we'll bring it up to 4. We'll exclusively only use 5 for everything on this side. Although we do need to bring... well, that's what this is for as well. This and this down this way. One of these is going to need to go up to 5. So, since this one's coming the furthest anyway, we'll bring this up to 5 here. So that we can still get all of that over here. And then these can route along with this. And steel will just have to go beside them heading the wrong way round. or go straight away through the middle. Do we need rubber anywhere else other than here? No. So other than here, the only thing rubber's used for is to go over there. So rubber we will bring along the outside. This goes into a number of different things. So we'll bring this one along down here instead. So steel goes along the top, this goes along height 3. And use the lift to get it up to that height. That's why we have the amount of space that we have here anyway. So bring that up to height 3. We do have the space to bring this down along this way. Yep, 1, 2. Bring it up to 3 here. And then bring it up to 4 here. And straight the way along. Okay, can you figure that out? Not from there. Can you figure that one out? Nope. I need you back a little bit then. If this is being conveyor lifted up, then there's no reason not to bring that up to a height of 4. We need to be careful when replacing that because it's going to want to put it on a higher stanchion. Or add another stanchion. Yeah, so we need to trim off that bit so that it doesn't add another random set of legs that it doesn't need. Hello? Okay. I'm going to need a new lift. Direction. 2, 3, 4. There we go, that's a bit cleaner. And then we can bring a steel line all the way along the top of here. Actually, no, the steel line's probably going to go straight away through the here because it's used in multiple of these, similar in the way that we'll do with this. We just need to remember that we do need to bring the steel over to there. Okay. Well. That looks fine. Standard belt for all of them, that's fine. Silica's got to come in from afar. So we'll bring this out. Up to a height of 1. Actually, no, we need to slightly avoid that. And this needs to be a blue belt. Oh, 24, 48, 60. This one doesn't need to be blue, but we'll make it blue anyway, and then everything else is tier 1. Okay. So there's 2 inputs. Oh, it's basically exactly the same thing, just gives us a different output. Well, in that case, I can go into there. I can fork off from here. Into there. Into there. This needs to be blue. Yeah, standard belt is enough for that. Although... No, because even once this has all the resources it needs to build something, it still takes a reasonable amount of time to build it. So I don't think piping it into here at any particular speed is going to have that much of a beneficial effect. In fact, we may not need both of these. I'll take the blue belt up to here. Come on, don't be stupid. I know damn well that you can connect that. Oh, it's done that because there's pipes underneath it. That's right, that's like that. That's fine. Okay. And then we want to fork off from here as well. Height of 1. So we just need to get the steel into that now. A bunch of this stuff is actually technically already done and ready. I need a way to keep track of which of these we've actually fully finished hooking up. Because these are done. These are not done. We still need to bring the silica in. These still need their resource inputs from the opposite side of the train track. I should have thought about a system before I went ahead and started to do this. Okay, we need a bunch of this also over here. So that actually gives us a legitimate reason to bring one up and around this way. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. At least it's a nice and high conversion. Where would this be going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, five. I'm okay with this. And this is pure imported from elsewhere. That does give us a reason to overproduce vehicle parts. So I think I will need to have these set up for theoretically able to maximize out on this the minute they weren't. That does mean that we need a second one of these. Which means we need an additional one of these. And that fully saturates all of this. If everything is built and running. I fixed that? No. Well, we can always bring the gold in from the right-hand side instead. We were deliberate, or the reason we leave or Gap of 5 here is to allow us to bring extra resources down. Okay. Right, nothing else to connect these two. That's how we'll know how we're done. We'll build this storage. That only goes to one thing, that's been wired up. Well, that and then the vehicles. This goes to a bunch of different things, but only one of them is here, currently. That's PCBs. Which is this connection here. That's still too far forward. This is the wrong one. And there's no undo button. So that has nicely messed everything up. It's added unnecessary stanchions. And I cannot easily get rid of. Just extra random things it's trying to render that it doesn't need to render. If it just wouldn't add them when it doesn't need to add them. See, that's better. Okay, this goes into here. That's why it was wrong. Wasn't what I was trying to select. May as well hook all of these up. I think it's still gonna add more stanchions than it really needs to, but okay, so that's the only thing this connects to currently. So we can build that and start dropping stuff into it. I do hope you're bringing those from not up here. Yeah, they're bringing them from storage. Yeah, we should keep with it. Keep with this. We should sort out all of these before we go for the raw resources, because these have to go over the top of everything else. So at least this way we try and minimize how much stuff we have going unnecessarily over and under. So this is already hooked up to here. Actually, we didn't finish this. We haven't brought the... No, we did. No, we didn't. We haven't. No, yes. We said we were done with this. We lied. This isn't... This is the wrong size belt, isn't it? Oh no, it was fine. It was fine. Okay. 1, 2... Yeah, no, those can be upgraded, so... I need a reminder, how far out does this need to be if we want to keep it like this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. We'll bring this one down to height of 1 at this point. Actually, no, let's bring this all the way down to the floor. Okay, so that's that fully connected. Four. Is this used for anything else over here? No, but it is used for that. So we do need to bring it around. Height of 3. That's height of 2 there. We could pull off of there and go up to 3 and go around. Circuits going around. This already has circuits in it. This already has its circuits. We need to bring circuits over to these. That's all in a nice line. This only goes to one place, doesn't it? Yeah. Hey, we could grab the circuits off the line that's already here. Or we could bring a separate line down. I think we'll bring a separate line down. It's not like there's much that's going there. Yeah, because otherwise we've got to cross over that, so... We'll bring this under here, up to 1. Actually, no, we'll need to bring it up to 2 to bring it over the top of some of this, some of the rest of this. Bring it up to 3, so we're not colliding with any of this. Oh no, 2 is still fine. Down to 1 here. And go there, there. Okay. They have their circuits. They have their circuits. Anything else that needs electronics that doesn't have it yet? Done, 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 done. Not possible to build yet. Being built elsewhere. Not possible to build yet. Okay. Electronics is done and booted. I think mechanical parts may actually be done and routed. They're only routed to these 2 and the rest of this is elsewhere, so yeah, mechanical parts is also done. Because research mechanical parts. This goes into here and here, so they are both done as well. Yeah. I thought I had actually made these the biggest size of these. Another thing that I'm probably going to want to have the most of in storage, so we'll tell them to upgrade these. Might be an idea for me to also at least get 1 line of these constructed before we consume too many of the mechanical parts on building these. The only thing not routed into these is the raw resources. Wood has a connection in. We need to bring steel, concrete, glass. No glass? No glass. I thought these used glass. Steel and concrete, and then more steel. Yeah, we just need steel and concrete over here. That makes things easier. I don't want to do this. Do I want to route these two off on their own little connection? Going over this bit, they need to be at height of 5. Regardless. The gold actually is only really needed over here at the minute. Could route some things from height 4 to 5 going from here. And there's nothing stopping us routing things down this end. We do have space to zigzag things under there. Voice paralysis. I don't want to accidentally block myself off. There should be no reason that a digger needs to get over to this side. There should also be no reason that I need to get a dump truck into this area. What did we think we was going to put in here? Maintenance 3. That space was dedicated to maintenance 3. We can, or wherever we end up making microchips, we can set up a priority system to bring it over here. Electronics are made from raw resources, so that doesn't need it. Fluids units, yeah, there's no need for me to be able to get a dump truck under here. So we can bring steel. Too close? Must be too close. Oh, bollocks, I forgot. The actual railway stop crossing. This isn't the entire structure. The entire bounding box of the structure includes this area here. And 3 isn't high enough to go over it? 3 is not high enough to go over it. How about 4? No. How about 5? No, it has an infinite height bounding box. They need to fix that. There's no reason that needs to have an infinite height bounding box. That being the case, that means we need to route... Nope, that's still going to hit it. Damn it, how can I get this to work, given that I'm not allowed to just go over the top of that? Because this is going to want to create a stanchion on either side as well. Even that is trying to route around the side of it. That's a height of 6. Did this have an infinite height bounding by collision box? It shouldn't. Okay, well, I'll have to do it this way then. I didn't really want to pull a separate line off of all of this. Okay. I mean, I suppose this does allow me a little bit of extra control to pause the input of all of these if we need to at some point. Okay, and now we need to delete the ends of these, otherwise it's going to create a second stanchion for no good reason whatsoever. Good, the near side is indeed concrete. We get the concrete all the way down to... not there, we can't. There we go, that works. We need to bring it down for 1 here, but we're going to need it a little bit higher to get over the rest of it. That's a height of 2, that's a height of 1, so if we bring it down to 1 here... and bring it back up to 2 and over. We're going into there. And then back down to 1 again. And into there. Okay. Good, we do have some electronics in there. Which part of this is not turning on? That bit. And that bit. Did we finish hooking up the wood? No, we didn't. That's done. Yeah, we paused doing the rest of that so that we could actually use resources that we had to build all of this. If we need to get some more of them, then we can currently load them manually. We can tell the trucks to send the wood straight there. Yeah, that's used all construction-free parts. That might actually be a problem. We'll see how much actually finishes getting built. They may not have left themselves enough for building all the belts. Okay, so we need to bring the wood along here, all the way along here and into here. Although I think what we'll do is we'll bring it along here, down here so we can go into here, and then keep bringing it along here to bring it to here. I could actually, the amount of extra belt that is for a singular input, I think I would rather just do this. Okay, we need to bring this up to a height of 4 to get it over all of that. Gonna need a conveyor lift to bring this down to a reasonable level if we bring it in from this side. Got a space of 0 and 1 there that other things can use. Although that said, I can always bring it over and then down this way. I think this needs conveyor lifts anyway. Let me just put that there for now. I don't think we get this in here. I mean, we can. That can be made to work. But we do need to bring some resource in from this side to be able to connect to that. And then the other resources would need to come in from this side. So I think, yeah, no, we're better off just doing conveyor lists for this bit. Trim it back to there. Conveyor lift. I am happy with that. Still need glass and steel over here, but that sorts out all the wood. They have the rubber, so I wonder why they're waiting so long. Yeah, I was thinking, so I need to pause these so that we can get some more reds, but no, we thought about this. That's what this is for. So that will consume some of our spare resources to get some of that, to get us the extra reds we need to get this stuff fired off. Reds don't need these, so that's fine. Oh, we made a mistake. We told this thing to build as if we had actually finished with all of its outputs, and we actually haven't even connected up the one thing it's used for. Okay, this belt is fine. Yep. We're out of sand again. Wait, no, we're not out of sand, we're out of coal. Did we run out of coal? No, we've caught it back soon enough. That wall fine. That wall is indeed fine. At least for now. What else does not have designators? Oh, look, we are in a position to build the second part of the power plant. That being the case, let me just cancel all of that so that we can line up. That bit. Do we have a big dump truck over here somewhere? Anywhere? There you are. Damn it. It's not factoring in the ghost yet. They usually factor in the ghost when you unpause, but never mind. Let's see, if that is here, extra space of 2, there should be enough room to get a dump truck between that. It is a bit tighter than I would like. Given that we know we can't get a third in here anyway. Get me that last bit there. Also, which ones of these do we need? Those are dedicated to reprocessing, those are dedicated to actual power production. So we don't need these 3. That'll allow us to shunt this up a little bit. Yeah, we will need another bridge. So yeah, we need that up a bit further anyway. We'll need another bridge here so that we can connect the waste outputs into here and here. This doesn't matter because they're getting their own supply. So yeah, we definitely need a little bit more room. Did we give ourselves enough room to do that? Is that last bit enough? If we have that there. We may actually need another line above it. Yeah, we'll bring that down to there. We don't need it quite so tightly placed. That should fit. May need to modify where the water pipe is going, because you can always reroute that. But yeah, that'll do. So if we can get that bit dug out, get them to dig out this bit here, and that bit there. And then we'll see where we are for that later. Oh, bloody hell, we're well past our break time. Thinking of, we're actually a fair bit more done than I was thinking about. I think we are down to just the raw resources now. This needs connected into here. I ignore that. These are all wired. Oh, forgot this again. Down to 4. Actually, that is now connected. They're all connected, so yeah. These are all done. That's now done. These don't output to anywhere here. This only has a single output, and it's done. That doesn't output anywhere here. This is an input. That's an input. This is an output. But this is just connecting literally straight back up here. And into there. And the other input of this is glass. So that's now sorted. All the outputs are routed. The thing that's missing is raw resources input. So they're basically hooking up all of these. Due to current resource constraints, I think I won't build any more of these containers now that we know we're done with them all. We are going to need, I think we've already planned it, yeah. This will need... this is cargo. Or unit modules. How does this work? How will this work? $200 to 1,500. Not any kind of time frame on this, is there? This is more gold stuff. I'm just wondering about it now. That's how many of them we have. Ongoing maintenance. Unity cost per ship delivered based on ship capacity. Ship capacity is going to be 8. But what I don't know is how I would or how we configure these. That's fluid. It's the one cut module. Unit. Sign a contract. Okay, if we work on the assumption this is for every 200, we get 1,500 back. This holds 750 in each of its bays. So does this. So assume unit is the same. That means that's 1,500. That's 1,500. That's 1,500. So if we have one of these as an import of 600, then we should get all of these filled. The bigger ones just have more throughput. Cost more maintenance, have more... Can be built in any empty module stance that unloads cargo 300% faster compared to the basic module. We do not need that kind of throughput. So we only need small ones. How would I assign one to be an export and the rest to be an import? Or do we load it up with 800 and it will come back with 4 lots? Again, problem for future me. We're not getting to that today. I don't think we're even going to get to gold smelting today. Because we are 1 hour over our break, which means we have 2 hours left in the stream. My break is going to take me about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes to get a new cup of tea. It is probably going to take us that long to finish rerouting all of this and building it, if I am being honest about it. But it is a cleaner setup than the one that we had here yesterday that we tore down. There's way more storage space. It, in theory, can output more, and there's more room for expansion for all of the important stuff. So these are the important ones. We can also expand these a bit more. And we have room over here for some more, and room here for possibly production of microchips. Maybe that will fit in here. And 4 spare cargo containers. Okay, we will do... no, we can't. Yeah, we will take our break now. And I will and ah a little bit about over what we have here and see if there's anything else that I need to think about that I've forgotten. But otherwise, I think we start hooking up the primary resources, so our steel, our copper. I think we hook copper up first. Oh, well, no, we'll route everything. We need to turn copper on first so that we can actually replace the construction 3s. Although construction 3s are using construction 2s and steel, and we have loads of construction 2s, so we're probably actually fine on that front. Anyway, break. I'll go get myself something to drink. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. And we will continue to hook all this stuff up and get it running. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Right. So I think the way we need to think about this is we need to connect any raw resources from the lower part of this first. We need to figure out how to route to here. I don't actually think we need concrete for anything other than construction materials, do we? Ah, no, we need it for rail parts as well, so there is a reason to have this over here. We haven't got a line for gold. I want to minimize the amount of, like, crossing over we're doing. We need steel over here for this. We need steel and glass for this. Bring the steel down this bit. The gold down next to it. Bring the concrete over, steel and concrete, bring that along here. Ah, that's a height of 4, so we would need to bring it along this bit. Steel, concrete, gold. Glass. Steel, concrete, gold, and glass. In what quantities? Enough that this would be enough. That'll be concrete. That'll be steel. That'll be glass. And that's gold. Don't need to get any of this down here, do we? No, this is all self-sufficient, more or less. Okay. I think it's going to be a while before we need more than 60 gold a second. Steel we're pulling from 2 different places. The glass that's coming over here doesn't need to be more than 60 a second. What about in total, though? Yeah, we definitely need a blue belt for glass. That's something we haven't set up, but I think I'll wait until I can make mono, until we can make these ones. And then we'll recycle these. Should get the steel and the glass back out of it. Oh wait, no, we need these ones for station parts. So we are going to have to set that up again at some point, but we'll wait until we're making station parts. We're not really using solar panels for power. Okay, I think this one definitely comes out and goes up to 5. So we need to bring it up to 4 here, and then up to 5. Actually, no, we need to bring it to 4 here. That way. If I take that out, you're going to... Okay, good. You did just remove the stanchion entirely, which is ideal, actually. Bollocks, this doesn't need to be that one. Must be this one. Up to 5. Connect that into there. Concrete. Bring this up to 3. Bring it straight the way along to here. I'm trying to get you to join. Oh, right, that's your problem. No, that's fine. Go. Steel and concrete over there. Concrete doesn't need to go anywhere else. Confirm. Last time. Yep. So this is already routed in 2 different directions, so that's that. Gold was on the top. Glass was here. We do need to bear in mind damn it. Damn it. Okay, we can run the concrete. That way round instead. Although I would like to mess with the stanchions. We actually don't need to bring it up to 4. We could leave it at 3. To give us opportunity to potentially bring the glass over the top of it. Why are you doing that? Oh, because you've gone up to 4 again. We need to get a lot of glass and gold past it onto the left-hand side. We may have a different thing to do with gold in the future, but... yeah, these need to cross at a height of 5. So we need to do that one way or another. That is not in line with where I probably need it. In fact, we need to bring a couple of resources over this side just so that because we've only got a gap of 5 here to work with. Oh no, we can bring some through here, I suppose. Through here and through here. That still works. Glass, silica, steel, copper. Okay, let's copper over to there. I'm honestly a little surprised that these don't create stanchions on their own. It would make sense that they have them, so it's a little weird that they don't. Okay, we run copper. We don't need that over there. Glass and silica. That one's gold, that one's glass. Let's read the glass. I'll bring that straight across here. But we can bring this just over the top of the concrete. No, slight tweak. Random stanchions. They bother me. No need for you to be keeping adding these things in. They're just extra rendering that you don't need to do. The supports are the belts they don't actually need. Okay, that's glass. Silica. It's not being clever enough. You will have to be a bit more direct. There we go. It's gold to here. So now we can hook all of this lot up. Let's go ahead and do that. There's glass and steel. Glass is on the lower one. Steel is a little bit higher. Take the concrete. Oh yeah, no, we need to trim the edge off all of these so that it puts the stanchion in the right place. Okay, that works. We need glass for this bit, we need steel for this bit as well, and then gold comes all the way down to here. Glass is on the lower part of this, so You don't need to do that. Why are you trying to do that? Oh, yeah, because you have no concept of like half-height stuff, even though that looks like it'll go, it actually won't. We can make a tweak that will make this work. We would need to connect it from that side if we wanted to make it any cleaner than that, so that's fine. That'll do. That's into there. That does put this in the way, but we can change the height of those. In fact, we can make this cleaner still. We can make this much, much cleaner. I think we may just take this one that way round instead. We've already blocked off this, so we can't expand that way, so... Okay, that around to there. And then we do that. And we reroute these. Make that in there. And that should give us plenty of space to work with this. That's still gonna just clip into it doing it that way. Actually, these need to be at least height of 1 anyway to clear that belt there. The problematic bit is more this bit here. I could always cross them over there. Before they get to this bit. There we go. And the glass is lower one of these. We need that to come down to 2. Bring that along here so that we can route other things around there if we need to. Okay, that's the glass, and the steel needs to keep coming over to here. Okay, that's that done. That's that done. Hey, Captain Jack. Bring this down to 3 somewhere. And then straight the way along. Okay, that's everything to this side of things done. Now we need to get steel and copper over here and start figuring out where we're going to plug all of that stuff in. Glass and silica are here, glass is on the left hand side, silica's on the right, is that right? Yes. Oh, I didn't realise I'd Hey, that's not right, is it? Ah, yeah, no, that's height of 4. We do need to actually go up to 5 before we can clear that. So that we can then clear this. Steel. The 4 here. The 5 there. Bring this over to here. And bring it alongside this. Okay. Silica goes to there exclusively, so let's connect that one up first. In fact, that's going to connect beautifully smoothly. You are trying to add an extra stanchion that it does not need. Forgot about that. I need to trim the edge of these to remove the stanchion from underneath them. That said, just by placing them there, it's going to put that stanchion there. That's fine. The thing that we don't want is to add them, it's to add one after them, which it will always try to do if we try and do it that way. Okay. Silica done. Where do we need glass? Here. We need it for A research, we need it there, we need it across this entire line. That is unintentional but awesome. Did they really do that? Not quite. This needs paper. Get that connected. Steel is the lower bit, glass is the higher bit. Be careful that we haven't accidentally at some point connected two of these the wrong way round. Just by the order in which we assemble things together. I am rebuilding the factory part of things, so at the minute I'm just connecting all the inputs, all the outputs are done. So all I'm doing is routing resources to their destination. And do the glass one first. Need it to come down to level 3 to clear that. And then it can be level 2 for the rest of this. And why are you trying to bend? Don't try and bend. Just connect to that. Why are you still trying to bend? Oh, because that's in the way. We can tweak. We connect from this side, bring it down to 4. And then bring that down to 3. And then I can take this around this way instead. Let's keep this up at height 4 for a while, actually. That needs glass. It's here and here. Okay. Let's keep it up at the height that it's at. Because that gives us a space to weave things through there if we need to. Because we know we're going to need plastics for other things. Any others that haven't properly connected? That lot's all fine. Yep. Okay, so that's glass. We need to get copper into here and here. And steel just into there. And no, we also need to, okay, there, here, and then here. And that'll allow us to get the steel underneath it. Need to going the wrong way. Okay, let's take this copper one to here. Bring it down to 1 here. That's not quite going to work. Yeah. Okay, looks good. And we do know that a blue belt will supply all of this. Need a blue belt up to here. Okay, that's the copper connected. Let's get part of that going. So that we can keep making more reds. That is the highest priority build task, along with that bit. For the short term, I give you permission to deliver directly to that. A steel needs to go here and here, if memory serves correctly. Standard belt will serve them both. Okay, do I bring it down here? You've allocated height of 1 there, so yes, let's Bring it to here, then down to 1. That connector there. And this needs to come down to 0 to go in. Blue belts out. Oh, balls, that's a 2. So we actually need to... Don't bandbox delete that, you'll get the pipe that's underneath it. Okay, so this needs to come down from 5 to 2. And then we put a connector here. Come down from 2 to 1. And 1 to 0. And then we can take this over here. This can come down to 1 there. Black connector. I need to go a little over that. There we go. Now the vehicle bay is fed from everything that it needs to build vehicles. And they have deposited some steel into there. We can probably set that to that. And then once this is done, we can start some mass construction. Let's get things going. Let's speed them up a bit. Can you deliver more than one at a time, please? There we go. Right, with the steel on its way, let's think. Definitely going to need more of these online. I need these online. Well, that's concrete actually, we don't need the concrete one. Glass. Glass and silica. You know what? Let's just tell it to build all of the belts. Okay. Matter of urgency that we get that one built. I think the route for the wood is constructed, yeah. We need it online so that the wood has somewhere to go. Oh, they got this one up nice and quick. Compacted recyclables. No, it's just recyclables pressed, isn't it? I want to build that yet because we don't need the done with the wood coming over. Build all of the belts we said. The materials saturate the belts. They're there for planning reasons. Okay, that's an interesting error to have. What have you got in you? Oh, you've managed to pick up some limestone. Why are you still set? No, you can come over here. Suppose they've been nibbling away at this cliff up here, and there's a little bit of limestone in this cliff. How much unity will we get for luxury goods? $205. We okay on food? Yes, we're still struggling on ammonia. Not getting rid of enough of our sour water. Why aren't you running? Right, because we run out of yellows, we run out of yellows because we run out of whites, we run out of whites because it's trying to stockpile them. Because they got sent elsewhere for construction reasons. This is good. The system is working as it should. I imagine we're low on electronics. I don't think we need to store that many. The only thing I know they're used for is vehicles. I don't think they're used for actual building constructions. Unlike circuit boards. Never mind. They're using power generators. So yeah, we do need to keep a decent stockpile of them. Yep, we've still got plenty of allocation. You're fine, you're fine. You just got nowhere to put the sand at the minute because construction was paused for everything. Okay. That bit looks done. And it's not quite enough room. Oh, that's because they haven't actually dug out the other part of it. They've come over to here first. I thought they were done. They're not done. Still working on that bit. That's fine. That belt should be outputting now. It is. We are out of these. We need to get those online sooner rather than later, so let's allow the belt to empty this out so that we can force them to build those. Since we are basically out of wands. And we can put this back up again in a minute. I do hope you're actually trying to build these with those units. Grabbing individual ones. Uh, 24, yeah, so those two will be enough to run these. That'll get all of this lot up to full speed. Once these are ready. That's fine for here. Oh, did I never upgrade these? There we go. With them both online, we can now set this back to keep 1,000. We don't need that many of that. Nor of these at the minute, I don't think. Do we use much in the way of construction 2 anymore? I don't think the better tiers of belts or pipes use them. We use some for those. There's a few things, but there's not that many. So I think 500 spare construction part 2s is also reasonable. Definitely want to keep 1,000 of those. I get the feeling we're going to need a lot of these, but I don't think we need to be stockpiling that many of them just at the minute. There we go. Compact has no selected recipe. You are right. Recyclables. Let's bring these online now. And these online. Currently only need one of these. We may only need one of these in the long run. Let's bring circuit boards online. Start building some more railway tracks. May as well bring that online. This is so much cleaner than our last one, even with the mess of belts along this bit here. They're all whirring away. They're all whirring away. This is what we like to see. And these aren't even robotics. They can go faster. That's why we decided to settle on this. When we get access to servers, then maybe we'll start pumping out way more of them. destination it can reach. What are you complaining about? What is out of reach? Oh, is it that you've actually run out of... They may have actually run out of spaces that they can deposit dirt. Wait, no, they should still have absolutely loads over here that they could deposit dirt. Where are you trying to get to? I see. Let's turn all of these back off again. Oh no, we only turned one of them on to be delivered to. So that's fine. Meat trimmings are still being made. Things have rebalanced out over here. That looks good. That looks good. Well, we are starting to get a stockpile of fertilizer again. Because they have delivered some ammonia in. I think I might actually tweak how I'm handling the ammonia here. Given the fact we can now tell it to stop importing from a belt if it's below a certain point. Which will allow them to import the ammonia from elsewhere, which is what we need it to do. But it'll still allow the production here to fill up. So let's quickly make that modification. It won't take long. Should work a little bit better. Okay, speed things up again. This isn't quite at full capacity. Good. So yeah, the problem wasn't that we was producing too much waste. The problem was that our waste processing had become blocked because we had forgotten to reconnect the high pressure steam. Is it high pressure steam? Steam high, yeah. Oh, there's a connection we haven't made yet. I don't think... No, there might be enough space to do this just directly. Are you connecting to there? You will. And if you're connecting to there, then you're connecting to there. You are missing circuits, presumably because we ran out of them. Well, we have some. Oh, I know, we did run out of them. it actually needs to be making more for it to output on the belts. So yep, system's still working, everything's still good. And you've still got plenty of allocation for you to dig through. So is this, so is this, so is this, so is that, so is this. I'm fairly sure once everything over there is running at full capacity, we do not have the throughputs here. Or we won't have the throughput here, rather. I could just tell them to start filling that in, but we do need this one over here built. I think I'd rather just force them to go over to there. This one's getting there. They're almost to the right point. That's quartz on the other side of this, isn't it? Yeah. Quartz, more sand, another load of copper. There's our second supply of gold, I think. Another supply of gold there. I have set the wrong kind of designation here. It's not going to be enough space to build anything, but I'd actually be more inclined to go across there. It would just make more sense from a train route perspective, but it's a longer run. And it's a little bit more fiddly to place down all of this. And here's another problem that I'm thinking of now that I'm getting close to the edge. There's not a diagonal slope. Okay. Large tree harvester has no trees to harvest. How do I slope this down? I wonder, I mean, the train tracks aren't going to care, it's the vehicles that are not going to be able to do this. That's a slope. Why are you putting slopes on? I turn slopes off. Okay. You don't want a slope there. But you are trying to put a slope in there. Why? Why are you happy to do this, but you're not happy to do that? Actually, we need to be very specific about this. These don't want to be... These want to explicitly be fill in this bit. Why are you trying to create a slope? Stop it. You're set to flat. You are set to flat. Stop trying to be clever. Is there a way that I can stop you from trying to... No. Connect to the stuff that I don't want you connecting to. Again, trying to slope. Don't slope. Ha! I found a system. Nope. I don't know why that's a slope. That shouldn't be a slope. Don't be a slope. I have no idea if this will ever this will work. It's a long way off until anything comes over here to try and build this. Ah, wrong. There we go. The hope is that they will fill in this bit and then it will collapse in such a way that they will still be able to drive down it. And if not, then we can always try and dig out specific parts of it. Because this is supposed to be a train line route. But I am going to need to be able to get ordinary vehicles down it in order to be able to start digging out this. I think I may need this to be one wider. Are you trying to create a slope? No, you're not. It is still set to that. This wants to be flatten, flatten, flatten. And we drag from here. We drag from... No! No! Stop trying to be clever, game. You're not clever. You're just a nuisance. See, I don't want that. I want to drag from this. Okay, I think I have to do it from the top side. I think we need to knock these out. Actually, no, we need to knock that out. Now we can drag that. Drag it out a bit further and out the way. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Now we can drag this out. Now that we have that, we can drag that out. Drag that to there. And drag this to here and get rid of that. Something's wrong here. What have we done wrong? That actually wants to be a 3, not a 2. That's what we've done wrong. There we go. That should hopefully be enough space. Now we just need to allocate the rest of this. While our factory is being built in the background, we plan for projects many, 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 many weeks in the future. Whether we ever get to the point where we need these resources, I do not know, but we now have a plan for how we get to them. Okay, how are you doing? Excellent, this is all built. Right. This is all built, but they haven't built these because still waiting on this to fill up. I dragged the wrong thing out. I know. Ah, right, because I dragged that, then they weren't able to export from here. I've got the wrong thing. Is there anything else that I've got the wrong thing on? No, they all look fine. Okay. You're missing those. Why? Because that is the wrong way. This is why we didn't turn everything on all at once. They're full, they're full, they're full, they're full. These would need one of these at the very least, so we'll allow one of them to build. They're full. It needs Yep, that's coming from here. These are all directly fed. This is missing circuits because we've only just started making an overflow. Likewise, circuits are now coming over here. That's good. We don't have gold and we don't have these, so that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Everything is here and running. Do I activate a set for research? I need to activate 2 of them to get 1 lot going. You're missing household goods. How much power do you use? I'm a little concerned of how close we are to our limit on power from this thing. Okay. We're going to need to redo some of this. 1 to 1, that's 12, yeah. I grab that entire section. Those we don't care about. I would need to go there. And we can move that. We actually don't need that either. We're not giving ourselves enough room for that is the problem. The settling tanks need a bit more space. I want to make this a little bit more mirrored to what's beneath us, but it doesn't need to be. Yeah, we do need that acid input. You need this input, but it's coming from somewhere else. We do need that waste output. We don't need this upper level. We don't need this loop around. We don't need this, this, or that. Or the acid to supply it. Or that. We do need all of that. We do need the ability to get iron to it. No mining designation in our mining area. That's not this one, that's somewhere else. Oh, these guys have done their last dig task. Why did I get them to nibble away at that bit, but not the rest of it? I wonder. I'm of a mind to start carving out some of this mountain up here, just so that we have the space. This is usable, but we'd have to belt into it and again flatten it out, but there's sand over here, so I'd rather get rid of the sand first. The It's figuring out what I can do with these diggers. Where can I send them where they will be of use? I don't think there is anywhere I can send them where they'll be of use. We have so much extra space here that I don't know if I even need to flatten any more of this out. We'll get them to flatten out one more stretch of this. Good. They're loaded. It looks like everything is producing the stuff I need it to. Yep, that's all loaded. So the routing looks good. I won't worry about bringing this online because I don't think we're going to have the workers in the short term. We'll bring this online, which means we're going to need one of these, two of these, and two of these to run it at full speed. Let's get these online as well. We'll need them for next week. Nah, it's fine. These can have big buffers if they need big buffers. Okay, that all looks okay. And they're starting to make some more of these, which is good because we will need, excuse me, we will need more of these for when we have the space here, which we are almost done with. And there's a tiny amount extra there. But I don't think it's worth me trying to dig out that little bit. We are going to need a bridge over here. I don't think we need this kind of bridge. I think a standard bridge is all we need. We need to bring this pipe over, that pipe back, iron over. Okay, no, we do need a one of these. Wait, no, that's one too far left down. It wants to be there. Okay, iron inputs. Output from that. Wasted on that side. High to 3, that is high to 3. We could get all of them underneath here, but I think I'm inclined just to put another small bridge here in line with the crusher. Take this underneath. Okay, you have done. Pause for a moment. Can I get you guys to move out of the way? Don't want to accidentally trap you. Okay. These need to go under and over to here. I think we may as well do that splitting when they get down here. Could run this along here and along into there. Which way around do I want to do this? What we have here does work. I don't need any extra space up there. I do kind of like the symmetricality of this bit. This will be slight, or won't be as symmetrical. Just because it's further down. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Okay. We'll do that. That's fine. And we'll end up moving this section upwards once we have the space for it. Can they get around it at the minute? I think they can get around it at the minute. And we can run the thing straight through there temporarily. So let them continue. Yeah, we need more people. Well, we may actually have enough people to run all of this. It's just we're not going to be able to turn the office on. And we don't need all of these. I think we just need 3 of them, don't we? For most of these. We only need 2 of these. I think we need 3 of these and then 3 of these to satisfy current population. I kind of don't want to cut down the trees here. I have no intention to build anything there. Oh, I didn't realize I had 2 harvesters assigned to here. Does that mean I have 3 harvesters? We do have 3 harvesters. I do not remember making the 3rd. You should have your alarm turned off, or if that is full, shouldn't you? Okay, I think we send our 3rd large tree harvester over to here, and I think we make 1 additional planter. System works. Vehicle depot is filling itself. Good. Research is back on the way. Ah, yes. Ship armor is the next thing we have researching. We get a little bit more wood if we actually set it to that. You know what? I actually do have a task for the diggers. Do we still have this over here? We do. Good. I'm going to bring you down to 1 digger. I want 2 over here. Well, 3 trucks with you. Give me a bit more room to plant some more trees, because that's actually a fair amount of extra trees that we could get up there. You need your area moving. That'll do. Assume that's that one. Yeah, that's that one. That's fine then. You are missing input. You are missing input because we're not making enough of these. Just to get things balanced. You need a small amount in there. Bollocks. Everything else looks good and proper. We have these allocated here for the next tier of science. The only things that we still need to turn on is this lot. They shouldn't be... Oh, that one should be. Because we did set that up. Let's change that back. I know what we can do. I know, because they're still not going to consume it unless they're told to. I'm trying to think of a way that I can allow excess steam from here to end up in these. In a similar way that this is working. So I think we would just have to do a similar sort of thing. We would need to... I don't know, this one works because this is a... this may not be outputting. That's why that works. Yeah. I'm not worry about it for now. Everything else around here will consume 18 of this a second. So I shouldn't be concerned about that. Why are they not building this? They have materials. They're not too busy with other things, are they? They might be too busy with other things. We have spare Unity. Okay, that should let things keep up. Think. Why do we only have... That is a little disconcerting. Where is that train? There it is. We may need another one of these. Or actually, no, more likely what we can do is improve this one. That's the other one allocated to here. They have a long way to drive back, though. Are you the other one that's allocated? You are. Because even once they're built, they still need to come back here to get their upgrade, or get their upgrade. Oh, this one doesn't have a fuel truck assigned. There we go. That's running constantly now, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's hook this lot in. Oh, look. It took all stream for the bot on Twitch to try and sell me viewers. And still fail. Okay. Happy with that being there. Happy with that being there. Get this bit done. That needs to be this. Okay. Okay. That gets its own dedicated connection. Yep, that's that. Water connections. What other connections do we need? Fuel in, waste out. Everything on this side should already be done. So it's just the waste out. We may as well sort it down here. Yellow out to here. This is not correct. Mox out to here. Yellow to there. Okay, so that's that rewired. It just needs fuel. And for that, we need these guys to finish digging this space out so that we can shift all of this up to line them up a little nicer. Okay. Okay, they're done with the sand here, so we can edit the area. Get rid of this bit. And then they can get this bit here. I'm still surprised how much coal we're going through. Okay, I think we're as good a place as any other to leave it. I need to wait for these to finish clearing this lot out, and then we can get that up and running. So we can do that on Tuesday. We can start working on gold on Tuesday. We want to get a few more materials ready. Have the diggers not made their way over yet? Where are they? Oh, they're starting from that side. Mostly I kind of expected them to start from the other side. Oh, and that reminds me, yeah, because we do need to replace this all with dirt, we should actually be doing... I mean, for this side it's fine, because that's probably all dirt anyway. But for here... Long way. Long way again. That's better. Because we need to replace it with a layer of dirt. Speaking of which... suppose we have a container full of dirt here. Oh, that's interesting. We don't have enough compost. How peculiar. Processing biomass has usually been enough to get us the necessary compost. Maybe it's a problem that we just lost a bunch of it to refill that tank. Nope, they're fine. We don't need to worry about that alerts. That's that one. Nope, that's all good. All good. Yeah, I think we'll leave it there for today. I'll leave this game running for a bit to finish clearing out the area up there to allow some of these to fill up and allow resources to backlog up again, so that I can get a better idea for allow the resources to fill all the way up, so that I have a better idea when we run everything at full tilt, whether or not we have enough of everything. So that'll be the plan. That'll be the plan for Tuesday. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back again on Tuesday from 2 PM BST. I have set something up. I have no idea if this is going to work. We shall see. Because apparently, redirects do actually work when you're only on the first tier of partnership now. Originally, if you're on the first tier of partnerships, you could accept redirects, but you couldn't redirect to someone else. You could just redirect to your own videos. Apparently, I can now redirect to other people's streams. So if everything works correctly, you will be sent over to the 8-Bit Drummer, who isn't going to be streaming for another hour and a bit. But he's a good bean, and he's a fountain of positive energy, which is why I'm pretty much always watching. But anyway, I'm done for the day, so thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.